she raise? He's talking about her GoFundMe. We have not heard from her or her attorney at all. She has like 5 days to respond to her complaint or she loses by default. Ethan, I know you don't want to hear this. This is probably your worst nightmare right now. But there's a phenomenon in nature called hibernation. Well, some people can actually stack up food for like months, several months, right? And then they just sort of sleep through the winter. And there's no chance you're ever gonna find them because they're probably like in a cave, underground, some shit like that, buried themselves in the earth, right? And, she might have just got a, lifetime supply of McDonald's, ate it up, and just, she's rested now. People responded, if the judge sees this, he's gonna lose by default. Not supposed to talk about a pending case you are involved in. Thank you. You are the lawyer expert here. None of that is true, you absolute regard. You're confusing criminal and civil cases, you imbecile. We got right-wing Cope saying, Ethan needs to stay off social media during a lawsuit. In my opinion, he'll probably win regardless, just based on the core claims being accurate in terms of copyright violation. Wow, actually being intellectually honest. Although, why would you let your defendant know they're about to miss a response date? Probably because he's just trying to be nice, or I don't know. He talks about all of this stuff on social media. We got the unemployed Hassan fan back at it again. This is another person who's probably getting sued. The process server Ethan hired served some random black lady, lol. Yeah, you might think they're random, but it's almost very likely that they're related to Frogan in some way, unless the Ethan server was completely, utterly incompetent, but that's highly unlikely. She had 5 days if she loses by default. Not being Ethan or Frogan Horse, and this is an automatic victory. They'll need to file a motion to default, and the truth is it can be set aside depending on the judge decision, which is common. I don't see that happening. Is taking all the proper steps. Is Kush intentionally avoiding having anything to do with this? At best, her lawyers will be contacted and given a set period to respond before defaulting is decided on. She ate 50K in DoorDash. We need to see the finances, guys. I would venture that is a possibility. All right, it's good when terrible things happen to bad people. This isn't even terrible things. This is literally part of the legal process. It's just the law. It's just karma. It's just accountability for your actions. Moving on to Hassan's favorite terrorist, IRL Luffy, if you remember. Ethan responds to Timothy Chalamet calling him out for some weird shit. Right, so here we got the Houthi terrorist.
I'm Mindy, and I'm a meathead. I went to this place to find other meatheads. Didn't really pan out. It wasn't easy being a meathead. Now it is.
Meat for real meatheads. Yumbo.
Strength training, now at a new level. Gym Monster 2 is an all-in-one design that covers 100% of strength workouts.
Is very concerned and needs our help again. What is actually going on here? He brought out the potato camera, which means something's probably serious. He told me to react to this. He didn't. I'm schizophrenic. I hear asthma going when I sleep. What is he very concerned about? Is this about the fucking AI shit taking over the internet?
Hi guys,
hey,
it's me again, and today...
Listen, Asmund, listen, I get it. We want to, like, use this fucking shit-ass microphone and this shit-ass camera to, like, appear relatable. Like, the bad video quality I will excuse. Can we at least just use your normal microphone, bro? Like, for the love of God. Like, dude, I will come over and I will replace this shit for you, bro. It genuinely, leave him alone. Bro, relax, bro. Relax.
I want to talk about my favorite topic, internet censorship. And you know what's really upsetting? The fact that every single other government in the world seems to have that in common with me.
Yep.
Every other government right now is making laws, rules, and regulations for what can and can't be on the internet.
Yep.
And there is a little phrase that my mom used to always tell me, and it used to be, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. But here's the thing. These people don't have good intentions.
Yeah.
They say it's for the kids. Sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I think, yeah, sure. You don't want to have kids on social media. You don't want to have kids looking at certain weird stuff. Very true. But let's be honest. The real reason why they're doing it is the same reason why YouTube removed dislikes. It's very simply because companies that are running advertising campaigns, pushing narratives and social agendas that aren't popular, and also governments that are doing the exact same thing, were upset and getting their feelings hurt because the people had the power of consensus. the people had the power of assembly, and they would assemble on that little red line on the bottom of a video, and it would show everybody else that this is bullshit. How many times have you guys read an article?
That's very true, but the word that he keeps using is power, that the people have power. The problem is the government doesn't want the people to have any power. They want them to have complete. The government wants complete and total control, and that's the issue. And yes, it is underneath the guise of protecting the children, so it will get a lot of people on board. And to be fair, I also would like children off the internet. I do think it would be better for everybody. Now, am I saying this because I really worry about the safety of kids? I mean, yes, but also I just don't want to fucking deal with them. You know what I mean? I feel like there's a lot of bad parents in America, and a lot of people use video games and Cocomelon to raise their kids instead of like actually doing their fucking job of being a good parent. And a lot of people say, well, it's the parents' jobs to be taking care of the kids, not ours. And to be fair, you're right, but like 95% of parents are fucking shit. They don't do anything. They just slap them in front of an iPad and they call it a day. And you know that's the truth. Expecting parents to do their jobs without making it illegal to not do their job, well, I just don't think it's going to happen, guys.
Cole, and you thought to yourself, this is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever read in my entire life. And you scroll down to the comment section, and the top comment says the exact thing that you think. And you're like, okay, I'm not crazy. Well, guess what? How do you solve that problem if you're the company? Do you write better articles?
Nope.
Absolutely not.
You just silence everybody who's criticizing you.
No, of course not. You delete the comments section. And that's what they're trying to do with the entire internet. We used to have, back in the ancient days, in the ancient texts,
Now, I will be real. I am a proud deleter of comments. I am. I do it all the time. But I want to give you guys a real statistic. So 1 in every 8 videos of gacha that I post, I would have to delete like hundreds of comments because the people of that community are so fucking retarded. It's like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And they would often tell me that I was wrong about things that they didn't understand, and then I'd have to wait too much for them to actually admit that I was fucking right, like they always fucking do. But while I have deleted thousands of comments on gacha videos, I have never deleted a comment on anything for variety. And even me talking about like, you know, trans rights, how liberal women are retarded, serious political viewpoints. I'm very proud to say that my audience is like actually so well put together because when I talk about these harder to discuss issues, they come and approach it with such like sophistication and the ability to traverse discourse with a little bit of class and elegance. I just don't delete the comments because even if they do disagree with me, they do so in a way where it's like, oh, you know what? I haven't considered that. And that's what I really like about branching out into new different types of content is that my audience is getting older and they're getting smarter and their ability to navigate discourse is much higher. And I think that's improved upon me quite a lot because I will admit I am a bit of a dumbass. I don't deny it, and I think it's hilarious. I don't want to change that either. But I think I've become a lot more complete of a person over the past 2 years or so, and I'm very grateful to my audience and my friends for helping me get there. So thank you to all the commenters who leave lengthy comments because I do read them all.
Every website used to begin with www.
Yep.
World Wide Web. And I think we're losing those first 2 W's, and I think that's a big fucking L. The fact is that we are going to be moving towards a world and a society where different internets are siloed off based off of region. This is already happening. Look at what happened with, for example, Twitch and South Korea. Now South Korean websites are pretty much unique and they do their own thing by themselves. This, in my opinion, is just a precursor of what's going to happen all across at least the Western world. Now, whenever I have conversations about this, I'm having conversations about this from the context of an American, okay? We have more freedom of speech than many other people in the world. And so when I say
and a lot of people don't understand that, right? The people say, well, what about freedom of speech? What about freedom of speech? Like, we have freedom of speech, but like, you can't use harmful speech. Like, I'm gonna fucking kill you, or I have a bomb in a movie theater. Like, you can't say shit like that. But when it comes to the United States freedom of speech, people got to understand, the shit that Hassan does, if he were to do that in other territories, he'd be in jail or beheaded, right? Like, the United States is one of the few countries where you can sit there and actively talk about how much you hate the United States without being deported from the United States. So we have a lot of liberties and freedoms in this country that we really take for granted because we're a bunch of spoiled fucking babies. And guys, I'm sorry, there are so many privileged takes that come out from far left political commentators. It's disgusting, especially Frogan and crew.
Like, the reality is, I think, and this is the truth, okay? You might not like this, you might not want to hear it, But if you're realistic and you take your fucking idealism cap off just for a second, you're going to realize this is true.
Okay.
We're going to have real ID on the internet.
Yep.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
You might not like it. I don't necessarily like it, but it's going to happen.
I was pissed off because I was trying to watch this video of a chick sucking a dick this morning. And 4 out of the 5 sites I wanted to go to were blocked off by ID verification. And it's really fucking annoying because I was just trying to blow my load. Thankfully, eventually I found it not gated, and I'm too lazy to download a VPN. I should probably just do that. But yeah, man, like, Real ID is the future of the internet. It's not looking good, but it's just one of those things where you kind of got to, like, grit your teeth and just take it raw, man. Just like sex with your dad. Feels the same.
And it's not going to be in 20 years. It probably won't even be in 10 years.
I think it'll be in, like, a year.
It'll probably be sooner than that.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be surprised if things keep going the way that I think they are, that it happens even sooner than that.
Yep.
We're having this happen with social media. You had Spotify, and you had YouTube too. And YouTube and Spotify are asking for your IDs now to make sure that you're not underage. And they have an checking system. So,
dude, I will say, the feel of the internet is going to change drastically the moment everybody loses their anonymity on the internet. Everything's going to change. You will never see death threats ever again. You will never see KYS. You will never see these retards on the internet calling everybody a fucking pedophile, spamming I show speed gifs with these fucking K-pop girlies and these black girls laughing at the camera. Like, when minors are gone from the internet, I know it may suck putting in your ID, but damn, the internet, I genuinely will think will be a
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
much different place. And I'm actually excited for it. It's going to be a pain in the ass, but I am excited as in my curiosity for how it'll feel outweighs my worry of it destroying everything. It's very melancholic.
if you say it's lit or on God.
You all know I'm a big fan of conspiracy theories as long as they're harmless, fun ones such as, reptilians controlling the world, talking about like zippers on the sides of some powerful people's necks that reveal a giant lizard underneath the human skin suit. Flat Earth is always a classic fun one to play with. But then there's they're very dangerous ones, and I think one of them that's really taking a huge upswing in the amount of people that believe it is 5G causing the coronavirus. A month ago, this was a fucking joke across the entire internet. But now, in the last month, everyone's quarantined, locked down, desperate, bored, and I think they're getting fucking dumber. Because there's so many people that are now unironically believing 5G is the cause of coronavirus that I actually can't believe it. These same people probably believe chocolate milk comes from brown cows. It takes mere minutes of research outside of Facebook anti-vax groups, actual scientific research. It takes only minutes to immediately disprove that and find there's no connection between 5G towers and coronavirus. That shouldn't be shocking to the majority of people, but to some people, I'm speaking blasphemy. I am a puppet of the Illuminati to some people for saying that, because these people see the truth. These high school dropouts that failed every fucking course, no, they're the ones that understand the 5G connection to coronavirus, not the scientists, not the experts. These fucking limp-dicked fucking idiots sitting in their basement for fear that the government's listening to them through their alarm clock so they have a tinfoil hat and condom on. Those are the real intellectuals. And they're spreading this kind of shit on the internet, which is laughable and it's fun to make fun of. But now they're starting to set cell phone towers on fire. It's fucking crazy. It's getting actually dangerous now. So how did this start? I'm not here to be a fucking science professor, so I'm not going to tackle every angle of this. I'm just going to point out the most common and the most obvious fallacies in this logic of 5G being the coronavirus culprit, the one that's really controlling it all, and how the government, big brothers, got us under their thumb. They don't want us to see the earth is really flat, so they're using coronavirus to keep us inside and erect more 5G towers. We'll start with the origin of this conspiracy, at least in regards to coronavirus. In China, Wuhan, a 5G tower was rolled out at the end of 2019, so just a little bit before coronavirus broke out, and people are attributing the tower as the cause. That is ground zero of coronavirus. The tower caused it. That's pretty much where that logic ends. And then as it spreads to the United States, they're saying the 5G towers are the cause of coronavirus in the US. Not because it's contagious through, spreading and being around people, but because the towers themselves are emitting too much radiation and it's causing the coronavirus. And the coronavirus itself isn't even real. It's a made-up hoax to cover for radiation poisoning. I've spent a few hours researching the conspiracy theory and looking around what everyone says on Twitter in these circles that truly believe this stuff, and they seem to all agree that coronavirus itself isn't real. What it is just radiation sickness, because the symptoms of radiation sickness are similar to those that are being reported with coronavirus. So that's basically the whole conspiracy in a nutshell.
Let me guess. You're thinking about going to therapy. And as a therapist myself, of course I'm going to say that's a great idea. But first, let's...
And it is fucking ridiculous. So, 5G towers have existed in the US since early 2019. While the idea of 5G has existed much longer, and most people seem to think we've had 5G for longer, we really didn't start getting 5G until early 2019 with actual towers and everything being built around the US. Those aren't make-believe. That's not like tooth fairy shit. It's real. You can go see those 5G towers in the real world in person. It's not smoke and mirrors, no magic tricks. That shit is there, and it has been there since 2019. There were no cases of coronavirus in the US throughout all of 2019, and there were no cases of coronavirus in the US until the China incident where coronavirus started to explode. And then you know how the story goes from there. It spread throughout the entire world, but they seem to think that it's not actually spreading from human to human contact. It's being transmitted via the beams from the towers of 5G. That seems to be their accepted belief. I'm going to immediately poke a hole in that. Israel has 7,400 cases of coronavirus with 39 dead. Israel has no 5G towers. None. So how the fuck can that happen by this logic? Some enlightened Twitter users will be quick to point out that the radiation sickness was transferred. Someone who was infected by a tower in the US or some other part of the world traveled to Israel and started spreading it that way. Well, that's impossible via your radiation sickness hypothesis, because radiation sickness isn't contagious. You watch Chernobyl on HBO and you think you understand everything there is to know about radiation. Well, I'll tell you one thing Chernobyl got wrong. You are not some kind of walking fucking virus with radiation sickness. If someone you know has radiation sickness, they cannot transfer that onto you. If their entire fucking clothes, their entire wardrobe is covered in dense radiation and they try and suffocate you with that, maybe. But as a whole, radiation sickness itself is not contagious. So you'd have to immediately throw out the radiation sickness hypothesis because it wouldn't be able to spread. It'd have to be coronavirus, which does exist and is very, very contagious, which is why people are being ordered to stay inside. If it was radiation poisoning, radiation sickness, it wouldn't matter if you were around 1,000 people. No one is going to catch that from you. It's easy to poke 1,000 different holes into this 5G coronavirus conspiracy. You can turn this shit into a fucking pincushion because it is so weak. But so many people still believe it just because I think they want to. They want to believe it's something bigger, like some like grand conspiracy, just the man trying to keep them down or something. It's so silly. If you look into it yourself, it's going to be hard not to laugh at it because the leaps and these conclusions they draw are so nonsensical. It's ridiculous. I just picked two quick ones to point out because those are the two most obvious ones that they have really no answer for that I've seen. And I'm sure there's going to be some comments on the video that immediately disregard shit and still try and promote the idea that 5G coronavirus thing is real, which is just pathetic. But anyway, I know I don't need to poke holes in it because it's already so goddamn silly if you even look at it for a second. I don't like having to be your fucking science teacher here. I graduated from university with a human sciences degree, so I do understand a lot of this stuff. Granted, I'm not as brushed up on the whole field as I used to be, because, I mean, I barely fucking use that knowledge anymore. But I do get it, and I understand where this fear comes from. You're locked inside, you're desperate, you're looking for answers, and you have no idea what else to turn to. So Twitter has this giant fucking platform full of lunatics that seem to believe this and are promoting it as a real thing. And since you're constantly on Twitter with nothing else to do besides jerk off and read garbage Twitter posts, you see this, and you start to accept it. I get it, and I'm not blaming those people. But it is a very dangerous thing to just blindly follow this shit with no science and not doing any research on it at all. Now, what I do find interesting is there is a community of real scientists that are apprehensive about 5G's implementation and the future of 5G and what health implications it could have down the line. The conspiracy side of things is using this to promote the idea that scientists are afraid of it and they think that the scientists believe that it caused coronavirus. That couldn't be further from the truth. None of those scientists that are afraid of 5G's implications down the line have said anything about it being coronavirus related, which is what I'm focusing on. The scientists' main concern is they haven't been able to study the long-term health effects of what 5G could do in the future. There's nothing about coronavirus or anything like that. This community just wants a little more research done on 5G before it's implemented, and they think it's perhaps a bit rushed. It has nothing to do with the fucking scientists thinking that it's the cause of coronavirus. Again, this isn't a small community either. If you look up any 5G video on YouTube right now, it's overwhelmingly disliked with thousands of comments saying, "This is bullshit, don't trust them, rise up sheeple, it's time we take back our lives, don't let them control our minds, you know, don't let anyone tell you what to believe," as they're being told what to believe by somebody else. You know, I'm all for questioning the media and questioning sources and doing a lot of research to form your opinions, but I find it seriously hypocritical how this community keeps saying, "Don't trust anyone, but trust me." It makes no sense. Like, don't listen to anyone, don't let anyone tell you what to believe, as they're being told what to believe by some dude in his shit-stained underwear in a chat room somewhere. It's fucking silly. It's very hypocritical. Again, I'm all for questioning things you see in the media and online. I think that is the most healthy thing you can do. But when you start just entering an echo chamber and only looking up things that support what you want to believe, you're not getting anywhere and you're only making the problem worse. Now, I'm only focusing on the coronavirus aspect of this conspiracy theory. It goes much deeper with 5G. 5G itself is a rabbit hole for a crazy amount of conspiracies, especially on YouTube. For some reason, it seems a lot of YouTubers and YouTube commenters really believe that 5G is this ultimate boogeyman, like this final boss that's holding back the human species. Like, 5G is the one that's keeping us from growing wings and opening our third eye. It's weird. I don't know why everyone's latched on to 5G as this mega evil mastermind shit, but they have. But in regards to coronavirus, which is all I want to focus on, there is absolutely no...
What I want is time.
So I sent them to their deaths.
Nell, it possible way that 5G has caused coronavirus. You can just look at data, like real time, because it's only been a couple of months. You can see that 5G had no role to play. You can pretty much trace where coronavirus started in each area that it's in. It's right there at your fucking fingertips. You only need to look for a second in real, actual fucking sources outside of bad Twitter shitposts, anti-vax Facebook soccer mom groups. Just do real fucking research and form your own opinions. But this one is very silly, and lighting 5G cell phone towers on fire isn't doing anyone any good. You're causing more damage with the chemicals you put into the air from fucking burning that thing than the 5G arrays, the beams. This fear of cell phones and networking has existed for as long as communication has, and it's always been ridiculous. It's always been silly and laughable, but Twitter is the place that now, no matter how outlandish and how ridiculous a belief is, it's going to blow up and it's going to have a big movement behind it. It doesn't matter what it is. Like on Twitter, for example, there's whole communities of people that fuck dogs. Like this community that would never find a home anywhere finds a home on Twitter, and there's thousands of them. There's pages on Twitter that actively talk about fucking their dog and have tens of thousands of followers that all support that and do the same thing. It's absolutely fucking disgusting. So then you'll have these people that believe that cell phones are the evil, dangerous thing, and you'll have people that just want to feel like they're smarter than everyone else. You know, they're the ones that saw the truth, peeked behind the curtains and got the truth. So they'll believe these things, they'll spread it on Twitter, and then people that are gullible, bored, or just susceptible to misinformation start believing it, start getting real riled up, and then it leads to just absolute chaos, and that leads to setting a 5G tower on fire for no fucking reason. It's just crazy shit. I don't get why people are targeting 5G for coronavirus specifically, because there's really nothing there. The only piece of evidence that's even remotely true is that there was a 5G tower built in Wuhan a couple months before coronavirus outbreak. There's another thing I see tossed around how this one's just so fucking stupid. This community plotted out every major pandemic or every major flu and correlated it to mobile towers and networking, as if that has any correlation at all. So they have like the Spanish flu and then world's first prototype mobile network. Coincidence? No, I don't think so. And there's like 6 of these and it says 6 coincidences? That's impossible. It's just so fucking stupid. You can go through history and correlate every single one of those pandemics or flus to something else too. You know, peanut butter sandwiches invented in 1914. 4 years later, Spanish flu. Interesting. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches start getting packaged in the next one. it's just dumb. This is just such fucking terrible research and evidence, and yet people are believing it at face value, probably just out of boredom from quarantine. But I just wanted to talk about it because it's got me fucking fired up, because this shit is just wacky. This isn't the same kind of fun to laugh at conspiracy theory like flat earth and all that. This one has people believing it's fine for them to go outside and just spread fucking shit all over the place, especially in a time of pandemic like this, because they're convinced they know the truth, that it's the cell phone towers, not coronavirus, so then it has them hurting everyone around them. I think it's just terrible. So I just wanted to talk about that. That's it. See ya. I'm sure by now the majority of you know that I fucking love conspiracy theories. I love to just spread a conspiracy theory's cheeks wide open as far as possible and just dive in and get to the meat of it and really see what it's all about. See if maybe there's any truth to it. I just love it. And luckily my nipples have been tickled thoroughly thanks to a brand new conspiracy theory popping off online about Wayfair trafficking human beings, children, through their website. I haven't been this interested in a conspiracy theory since the Berenstein Bears versus the Berenstein Bears multiversal collapse theory. This is an incredible conspiracy theory, and I can't wait to share it with all of you and present my findings. Spoiler alert, this is a pretty fucking wacky one. This one's like believing in reptilians or believing that Jesus Christ died because of Fortnite or something. This one is fucking insane. So let's go ahead and start at the beginning. This conspiracy theory developed on the home of intellectuals, Reddit. It was blown open by someone on Reddit presenting some evidence that these expensive cabinets had names that matched missing children's reports. And from this, people started to just spiral out of control. Wow, oh wow, this is fucked up, this is weird. Why are these cabinets so expensive? And why does it have the name of a missing child? And there's cabinets that look identical with different names on them that all correspond to a missing child report. And it's not just cabinets, there's also pillows that are like $10,000 that also have the names that correspond to a missing child on them. And the question arose, well, why are they so expensive? And when there's other products similar to it, why are they like $30 versus the $10,000 for this one pillow with this weird name on it? So people then started to connect the dots. They started to see the strings that hold the universe together and really piece together the truth. And they came to the conclusion that people must be sex trafficking children through Wayfair, obviously, as any rational conclusion would lead you to. And when I first heard it, I was like, yeah, that's kind of fucking weird, right? Like, why are these cabinets so expensive? And a pillow, I'm not paying $10,000 for a pillow unless it's coming with 15 strippers or something and a nice giant fucking birthday cake. I mean, why is it worth $10,000? And then I decided to look into it today, and it goes deep. This is a fucking...
This is you. Wait, no, this is you. And you want to conquer the world of Albion? Here's what you...
rabbit hole. I mean, Tom Hanks comes into play here. Tom Hanks is apparently like the Thanos of Wayfair sex trafficking. Like, it's weird. So first and foremost, for those that don't know, Wayfair is a website where you can buy furniture and just like household shit. Typically supposed to be affordable things, but recently people noticed that there's this extremely expensive shit like this here that has a name that matched a missing person. Or so they thought. It turns out the majority of the people that they've used in their examples in this conspiracy are children that have been found, and a lot of these kids, they themselves have come forward and said, hey, look, I'm not actually missing.
And then he gonna put his little, why is your caption even that? That don't even make sense. If you posting motherfuckers who actually missing, you trying to get motherfuckers to share the shit, what are y'all talking about? Y'all all sound stupid talking about why am I mad? Because I'm not missing. Fuck out of here.
Now, a lot of people in the comments on Twitter and on Instagram that I've seen were actually attacking the girl in the video I just showed you, saying that she must be in on it. You know, she must have just broken out of the cabinet she was sold in and is being forced at gunpoint to say these things. Which is really weird to just start attacking her for being upset that people are perpetuating the idea that she was literally sold into sex slavery. That's a pretty fucking bold thing to say. That'd be something that'd make me mad if people were like, hey, Charlie, I remember when he was 14 years old, he was sold into sex slavery. I'd be like, hey, wait a minute. No, I wasn't. And that's kind of a mean thing to say. That just didn't happen. But people are so wrapped up in this conspiracy theory, they don't care that it was just outright disproven that this girl is not missing, nor she was sold in the cabinet. They just fall into this delusion and this crazy amount of denial where that doesn't matter. No. See, in fact, this actually proves our point, because she's clearly being held on a UFO that ordered this cabinet from Wayfair, and now they've mind-controlled her to say these things, so obviously it proves that we're right, and all kinds of crazy bullshit. It's like a shitty B-movie plot. And it's not just this girl that was revealed to not be missing, nor has ever been, like, sold in a cabinet. A lot of the popular pictures that were circulating, you could look up those kids and then find stories about when they were found earlier. Like, they were never in a Wayfair, you know, shipment facility or anything like that. Like this kid here with this pillow. People speculated that the pillow must not have any stuffing in it. It was stuffed with the kid's bones and blood. when it turns out, no, you know, this kid was found quite a while ago. And now just because a lot of the kids were found and were never shipped through the evil laboratory of Wayfair or anything like that, it didn't stop the conspiracy theory. That didn't halt it in its tracks. People still believed it. And that's fine. You know, maybe it was isolated cases like, oh, we were wrong here. That doesn't mean the whole thing's wrong. Just because these were false doesn't mean it's all false. But it does, because, I mean, you can actually prove exactly why it's all wrong. We won't even go into Wayfair's official statement, we'll get to that in a second, but let's just use some common sense here. I believe the statistic is 1,250 missing kids are reported every day. 500,000 every year. Something like that, in that general ballpark. That's a lot of fucking names. That's a ton of fucking names. You could probably find some, like, Xbox Live gamertag level names in a sample size that big. Like, fucking XX Shadow Slayer went missing a year ago. And you could find, like, an XX Shadow Slayer Wayfair pillow that's $9,000, I bet. It's a lot of names is what I'm saying. So it's not impossible that these companies chose a random name that happened to correspond to someone who went missing. And a lot of them are very common names. There's one that was circulating on Twitter that was Annabelle. Annabelle's a super fucking common name, and they just took that Annabelle listing of an expensive cabinet and matched it up with an Annabelle that was missing. You know, that's not a good connection. It's a very common name. That's clearly something that could happen on accident. But then there are those, like, really specific ones like I showed you with that boy and that pillow. But even that kid was found. He wasn't missing, and he wasn't ever stuffed inside of a pillow like some kind of crazy fucking Frankenstein experiment. He was just found. So it's not unfathomable that these random names they chose just coincided with kids that were missing at some point. But why were they so expensive? That's the biggest question. Why the fuck are these mediocre items so expensive? And I found the answer, or at least the answer the government, the man, wants us to see, I suppose, if you still want to subscribe to the conspiracy. A lot of resellers, what they'll do, when the item is out of stock, they jack the price up to an absurd level that they know nobody's going to try and buy, so that way they can keep it listed, as opposed to saying it's out of stock and taking it off listing. They jack the price up, they hold its spot until it's back in stock, and then they drop it back down. That's the tactic I saw a lot of people talking about that actually use Wayfair. That's what they were saying is commonly done there. I think that's a dumb practice, and Wayfair themselves have cracked down on it, it seems. Wayfair's statement says, you know, that obviously it's all wrong, but we did take these down because the names and the pictures don't exactly match why they're as expensive as they are, and the practices or some shit like that. It wasn't a great statement that did nothing to help their case in it being false. It just made it even more confusing because they just took the shit down, which made a lot of people believe that Wayfair and hiding something. But according to a lot of people that use Wayfair, it's not something uncommon where they jack this price up to a point where no one's going to buy it just so they can hold their listing. And that does make sense. It makes a lot more sense than fucking pedophiles using Wayfair to sex traffic children. Are there sex trafficking rings from, like, extremely wealthy, powerful people? Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, there's a ton of evidence to point to that. But I highly doubt they're operating through Wayfair. That's like saying these people are using, fucking Twitch to start trafficking children through an XQC chat. You know, it doesn't make any sense. Why would they be using something like that to do some shit like that? They'd be using the dark web or something. They wouldn't be going on fucking Wayfair just in the public's eye right under their nose like some kind of comical supervillain trying to fool everyone by doing everything in broad daylight. That just wouldn't happen. These are public listings. Someone could have accidentally ordered one of these expensive items. What's going to happen? They buy this cabinet and then all of a sudden they have a kid shipped to them. They open the box and then bang, a kid pops out and they're just fucking jump scared. Oh, whoa, where's my cabinet? That's just not how it would happen. In fact, I actually tried to test this myself. I went on Wayfair with every intention of buying one of those $10,000 pillows that matched the name of a missing kid, and I was like, shit, this is going to be expensive as fuck. I'm either going to get a terrible pillow or I'm going to save a kid's life. It's worth it. But I couldn't place the order because the fucking item didn't exist, which made me more convinced that, yes, this is probably just a common practice where when the item isn't in stock and it's not there, they just jack the price up, hoping nobody places an order or tries to, and wait until it's back in stock to drop it back down, just so they don't lose listing. This is another thing I saw develop today, actually. A lot of people saying that the CEO of Wayfair has resigned. Well, the problem with that is it's not true. He hasn't resigned. There's no reports of him resigning. Unless this Twitter account right here is like working with the, NSA or some shit, the CIA, and he's got some insider information, then I don't know what to tell you. But according to every possible fucking source, the guy has not resigned. He is still the CEO of Wayfair. So this is just an outright lie. Now we get to the main course. Everything I just told you about this conspiracy and all that shit, just an appetizer. Now it's time for the entree. And trust me, it's not raw. This is coming out well done. Tom Hanks.
I finally found something that makes health. If you don't know where to start in Top Heroes World, the Springland is a great place to start. There are low-level enemies and villages with free healing wells. Save Flame Hall until level 20+. Trust me, those lava traps wreck new players. If you need gear, Silent Marsh drops poison-resistant boots, but watch for ambushes in the fog. Skyridge Pass provide great XP if you can dodge falling boulders. Avoid Oathspring Oasis at night. Stronger monsters spawn there. Later, you can try Icecrown Range for rare spellbooks, or Bridgemere Plains if you're hunting boss tier loot. Oh, and Dragon's Rest? That's endgame territory.
This influencer, who many are now referring to as a crypto scammer, just got exposed for exploiting his friendship with one of the biggest streamers in the world, then throwing him under the bus. The only issue is there's been a history of him building a career off of dirty money. This is like the 80-20 split between creators and talent agencies. That's very normal, except it's 80% to the creator, 20% to the agency. This is opposite. This was 20% to Tfue, 80% to FaZe Clan. Now, from everyone I've talked to, FaZe never executed on that contract. They never actually held that contract to the state, aka they never took the 80% cut from his deals. But obviously the elephant in the room here is they could if they wanted to, and that's a massive problem. And many people blame Banks here for this, but I don't think he had anything to do with it at all. I would be looking at Seabass way before I would be looking at Banks when it comes to this stuff. Even though that Seabass would just be a cog in the massive machine that was the bloated private equity version of FaZe back then. But what I will say is Banks was definitely at fault with his involvement with Banks Social, because in May of 2021, Banks tweeted in support of this project called Banks Social, calling it, in quote, "a project I F with heavily and truly believe this is the next one to pop." He then ran a $10,000 giveaway with that project, which obviously caused the token to pump, then immediately dump right after. Banks then deleted the tweets, got called out for it, then claimed that he never sold any of his B Social tokens and that he didn't participate in any pump and dump. And I mean, that's cool and all, but he should have also understood how irresponsible that was to begin with. Then you also had the whole Save the Kids situation, because in June of 2021, multiple FaZe members promoted a crypto coin that was promoted as a charity. However, immediately after launching the coin, it crashed by over 90%. People immediately started looking at the transactions on the blockchain and very soon after realized that the members were directly involved. FaZe and Banks were quickly to distance themselves from this whole scandal and claim they had zero involvement or knowledge of the scam. And from what I can tell, this is still true. These members who did this were fired and kicked immediately. But another thing I wanted to quickly add, as I mentioned earlier, revolving FaZe Clan and Big FaZe, because in 2022, FaZe became a public traded company, essentially meaning that the company's ownership could be distributed with the general public. If you asked anyone about FaZe around this time, they would say something around the lines of FaZe became corporate. This is in reference to the bloated private equity version of FaZe I've been talking about. But obviously the massive problem with that was the same uniqueness that made FaZe what it is essentially gone. And only a year later, the stock had completely collapsed, causing the former CEO to get terminated. FaZe was then acquired by GameSquare Holding, which ended up later on appointing Banks as FaZe's new CEO. And this was after Banks bought a 25% ownership into FaZe Media for $9.5 million. And what's important here is he bought into FaZe Media, not their esports side of the business. So why is this relevant? Well, Banks rebranded FaZe, brought on a new generation of FaZe talent, moved them into a stream house, and tried to make this new age version of the old FaZe house. And I would say all around, that was a massive success for FaZe. But unfortunately, that was only one of 2 streamer houses that he started. He also had this other group called Probably Nothing. And here you have a handful of other members. Frank D-Gods, Thread Guy, OG Shoots, Rasmer. I think that was everyone. I could be missing some. But some of them are relevant because of what happens later on in this video. And overall, Probably Nothing, I think, turned into being way more of a headache than what it was worth it for Banks, because you constantly had moments like this on various live streams.
Today, and Banks is always early. Wow. Think about that's the simple science. Wow. Right? Banks bought Goat and Zero Bro today.
Banks is always
early. Your boys, my Zero Bros, and
Banks is always early.
Banks is always early. So what you guys do the math?
Because if anything, a lot of their live streams just made them come across as very shady, to put it lightly. And it also really did not help that a lot of stuff they were buying and hyping up on their live streams kind of turned into what their name was, worth probably nothing. But you may have seen these people in the stream with Aiden Ross while he bought the meme coin MLG. And I guess you would also see them in that leaked Haktua episode where they were trying to like do damage control for a Haktua girl. But the latter is kind of irrelevant. It's the stream with Aiden and these probably nothing guys that got us here in the situation today. Because what a lot of people may be asking is, WTF is MLG coin? Well, MLG stands for Major League Gaming, which originally started with hosting Halo and Smash Bros. Tournaments. It actually became the first televised esports league in 2006, and eventually they added Call of Duty, StarCraft, and League of Legends to its programming before it was finally acquired by Activision Blizzard. And like many things that touched that company, it was all downhill from there, at least for the company. Online culture, they had other plans. They took its branding and merged it with satirical gaming culture, and then you had people like Snipers, Pyrocynical, and Roman, and many others that repopularized the MLG name alongside of Mountain Dew, Doritos, Hit Markers, Joints, and Snoop Dogg. And it's safe to say that that ran its course until the cow was completely milked dry by late 2016, early 2017, and that's at a stretch. So fast forward like what, 7 or 8 years until crypto hell. A website called Pump Fund launched, where any moron could launch their own crypto token with just a few clicks. And someone launched a coin called MLG. And this is clearly not associated to Major League Gaming, Activision Blizzard, or any of the original MLG montage YouTubers. Banks, for some reason, I guess, saw this bundled coin and decided that he was going to make this his identity and shill it pretty aggressively. And this is even though it was extremely bundled. According to Bubble Maps here, more than 25% of the supply was in control by a handful of people by the time banks started buying into it. So here's a screenshot of the wallets in control of MLG coin the days he was buying it to begin with. And obviously, I know for any normal person looking at this, you're probably like, what? So TLDR, this is a normal wallet. TLDR, this is a normal wallet. And this is someone or a group of people who has spread out their tokens between a whole bunch of wallets, trying to make it look like they don't own as much of the token as they really do. That right there is called a bundle or a cluster, which will become important later on in this video. And fast forward a few months, Aiden, obviously still upset about this situation, had a rant about it on stream, but he didn't mention banks directly.
MLG is up, you're good. Ban him out of my chat. Aladar, you're...
Imagine being able to build anything, for any reason, in any style.
Sucking beast, bro. All those crypto kids, they're nowhere to be found, bro. They stole millions of dollars from innocent people, bro. We don't see about them anymore, hang around them anymore. They're nowhere to be found, bro. Them. What the f have they been on, bro? They're like hiding away somewhere underground. It's insane, bro. They bought like bunkers and shit.
So obviously, Banks was called a scammer by a bunch of people because he stupidly made a coin his identity and kept promoting it to his followers. He was also the one who brought this coin to both Aiden Ross and his fans. And one day, I guess he just broke and sent this really weird message to the MLG chat blaming Aiden Ross for the reason it collapsed. Aiden Ross effed this up. This community dumped on him buying, used him as exit liquidity, his ego got hurt, blamed Frank, him and Frank got into it privately. Aiden despises Frank and spins and drives a narrative about Frank selling. Somehow this falls on me and the threads to farm, the whole situation spins into me selling and dumping coins. When I ran this thing up from $3 million to $200 million, organically, top blasted multiple times, invested a F ton of money, and never ever ever sold. The only bad actor in this entire thing is Aiden. Point blank, period. Hold up, what? Why would you ever say this about your friend that you convinced to buy? The only reason Aiden was in this project is because you flew out to Florida and had him buy it on stream. What is going on here? So obviously, Banks got a lot of backlash for that, so he responds with, I've never scammed anyone a day in my life. The entire narrative is unfair, and a part of the reason it exists is cause my phase name is so easily farmed and manipulated. The fact this is affecting the guys at all is whack, so for the time being, I'm gonna be stepping away from not only phase, but all of this internet. It's destroying my life inside and out. Sucks my entire life gets ruined over something I didn't even do. The real ones know. I wish I could say I'll be back, but I really don't know if I will. Okay, so that tweet has since been deleted. But an old roommate and teammate of his, FaZe Rain, chimed in with this.
I mean, I saw a lot what Banks said. I saw the way he's going about defending himself, but one thing I haven't seen him say is if those DMs are real or not, what he said in the chat. It seems like he's kind of dancing around that topic. Like we all make mistakes, but it's all about taking accountability for a lot of stuff, right? It's like, hey bro, like I said that My fault. I was wrong. I threw you under the bus when, you know, I should take blame for that. I made that stream happen. Like, bro, I genuinely couldn't believe it when I saw that message, especially like the way it was worded. When I read that shit at the end saying there's only one bad actor in this and it's Aiden, I was like, what the like, that was a crazy thing to read, right?
And then to make things even worse, the guys behind the MLG coin claims Banks tried to cut them out several times and take control of the project. So that shows that he had a lot more, or tried to have a lot more, to do with the project than what he was leading on to. And then some loose allegations towards Aiden Ross's manager started to come out, claiming that Aiden Ross's manager used to work with FaZe for many years. And then they provided some out of context clip of Aiden saying that the manager owed Aiden money for all this Banks stuff.
Bob, you owe me money for the crypto with Banks, where someone tried to impersonate Banks and you vouched.
So how out of context that is, I'm not sure, but it does become relevant later on in this video. But Aiden then responded to this whole situation by saying the bank screenshot is real. It's sad. If you guys think that MLG being rugged was me, I'm sorry to tell you it wasn't. There's a reason that entire house is silent. Truth will come out eventually. I'm just more hurt on the fact someone I call my brother is behind my back. So obviously, Banks then got even more backlash. So then he went back to Twitter and he said, for the time being, I'm going to be stepping away from not only FaZe, but all the internet. It's destroying my life inside and out. FaZe Rug ironically had absolutely nothing to do with that, though. That's just a very unfortunate name in today's crypto age. Banks did go on to Aiden Ross's stream where he had plenty of things to say. And watching this stream is honestly kind of crazy because I'm shocked at how easy it was for Banks to just direct this conversation with Aiden. Like, there was zero pushback from Aiden here at all. Because I'm pretty sure the whole thing was supposed to be Aiden confronting Banks about what happened, but instead, Banks just kind of sweet talks and gaslights him for an hour, and it's almost like Aiden just kind of bought it, or at least he did so while on call.
Yeah.
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 How did we get in this mess, man?
You got everyone in this mess. What are you talking about, dude?
And it just started from you speaking, behind my back.
No, I know. We'll get to the text. Obviously, I'm just saying. Me and you have known each other for how long?
Years. We have a lot of history together.
Years and years and years. We live together. We could talk to each other about anything. Me and you have had one issue between each other our entire lives, the entire time knowing you. What is it?
What? I don't know.
MLG.
Oh.
This whole MLG thing. The only time me and you have had any weird energy, all this weird back and forth, the miscommunications, the talking between Tav, has been over the stream that we did 6 months ago. And this whole narrative around Frank and everybody in that room scamming people. And for the last 6 months, Frank's been getting farmed to be some kind of scammer. This MLG thing goes to zero. It looks horrible on everybody involved. I am the only person with any sort of namesake. Me and you have a real relationship. So now a narrative forms where it's like I'm scamming. It makes it look weird between me and you. Me and you get on the phone. You tell me, I know you're not scamming. I know you're not scamming. But then these pages are posting, Banks is scamming, Banks is scamming. Bro, this thing spirals to the point where I fall for bait. I post in this chat. You read it. It was a whack message. I should have just called you again. But I just feel like the story and all the details of it haven't been properly represented. And everybody involved feels that way.
Okay, so I'm kind of confused in why he didn't immediately apologize for bringing both Aiden and his community into this awful investment, then somehow blame Aiden for everything. Either Banks is a moron for doing this, or he's pretending to be a moron. Like, he flew out to Florida with a bunch of crypto bros to convince one of the largest streamers in the world, who has an extremely active and pretty young audience, to buy a low-cap meme coin. How did he ever think this was going to go over well? Banks is essentially the wolf in sheep's clothing, bringing all the sheep to the other wolves here. because this would be a disaster no matter what. We've already established with bubble maps, the coin was heavily bundled when Banks got into it, so it's not like it would be too different from when you got Aiden into it. So either way, the supply was in control by very few people. What I do want to say though is, I have not been able to find any wallets tied to Banks that have taken profits or sold off any of this MLG coin. I also contacted Bubble Maps about this, and they have not been able to verify anything either as of recording this video. So at least for now, it doesn't look like Banks used MLG coin to make money. If anything, it seems like he lost not only money on it, but also a lot of career reputation here. So I'm leaning to the side that Banks was just being a moron here, and they really thought this coin was going to go into the multiple billions of dollars and that they would all make money somehow.
Happens. Listen, let me put it into context for everybody. And this is all facts. Aiden, fact check me or not, call me out, whatever. I mean, after the last 48 hours, what we've gone through together, we all know where we're at, and we all know what facts are facts. Facts?
What does that even mean, dude?
We fly to Florida to do a crypto stream. All of us, right? You expressed interest in buying MLG. Do you remember what I said on that? The VOD should still exist. Do you remember what I said when people started talking about buying it on stream? Do you remember what I said?
I don't. I didn't watch the stream. I haven't watched the stream back.
Somebody go find the VOD and clip it if you want. I said not to buy it on stream. You remember that?
Yeah, I watched that entire stream and I did not hear him say that.
The moment you bought it on stream, the truth is the community dumped the coin. It doesn't even logically make sense that anyone in that room dumped the coin. It doesn't make sense. Our wallets trading it are public with millions of dollars in it. Why would we give that up? Why would we start dumping it live on stream to lose millions of dollars? It doesn't even logically make sense, first of all.
Okay, he put himself in this really bad situation because obviously we can see he didn't sell until the other day. But also, sadly, it's almost impossible for us to verify if he had any other alt wallets, if he had decent wallet hygiene. So either way, this should be the biggest wake-up call for all influencers to never endorse or market any microcap. They are microcap, honestly. Any microcap projects, especially if the only use case of the project is number of investment go up. That's a Ponzi, and it's 100% a certifiable way to destroy your reputation.
You never thought I scammed you anyways, period. It was always between the other guys. That's what you always said.
I will say this, yes. I thought I was under the impression because people were telling me that I got scammed by the other people in the room. Yes, that's what I...
And by the way, that's completely and entirely fair. And then I'm stuck in a spot where nobody gives a to farm these kids' names. So it's FaZe Banks and his crypto friends are scamming Aiden Ross. You understand what my position in it? Obviously, like where I'm at there.
It's because you're affiliated, and I understand.
Yes. Okay, so I get looped in this, and then we get into this loop, and it obviously puts weird energy between us.
No, I know. I agree. It's definitely weird between us.
And honestly, it's not any more fucking spicy than that. Nobody ran away with millions of dollars. Aiden lost 50 racks even. I lost 100K. Frank lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. People made millions of dollars off this coin, by the way. I bought this at $3 million, fully endorsed it, fully backed it, ran with this narrative that it's the gamer coin. It was a legitimate community with an amazing narrative during a good time in crypto. And unironically, you marked the top.
Yeah, so here he just kind of admitted that he brought the sheep into their final destination with that stream.
You and I have had a weird relationship for the past 6 months, to be honest.
Facts. We've been talking through Tav. We've been not talking as much. It's been weird. It's all based around this thing, and real emotions are involved. You guys got to keep in mind, the people watching the stream, this isn't some like PR scripted thing. Me and Aiden really have real history. I met this kid before he had 10 viewers. We were taking pictures at bars. He's asking me for pictures. And then he came and lived with me and Rice. And we like really came up together on some and like that's real. Never had an issue. Aiden, me and you have never had a singular problem since before this.
Dude, it's just been, like I said, like I obviously like I've always looked up to you as like my older brother. Like you know that. But
and I've always loved you. I've slid for you. I've been there for you too.
But literally 2 days ago, he completely throws his so-called day one friend that he came up together with under the bus, even though it was him that got his friend into this whole MLG thing in the first place. This whole conversation just seems so manipulative.
And Aiden, to both of our credit, how many times did you say, yo, this guy said it's a good idea if I drop a coin? And what did I say to you every time?
Yeah, that's true. You said no.
I said, no, Aiden, we can't do that. If anybody was in a scam mindset, by the way, that's the scam. For the people who don't want to understand the nuances of crypto, it doesn't logically make sense. We're live sitting there. We're dumping a coin live, physically behind your back, and just losing millions of dollars on in other wallets. We have these secret side wallets.
The conclusion I'm having with this is they were both acting like morons here and not scamming. Although the bar is set very low when we're like, well, at least we didn't launch our own crypto token.
I came out the cut to help bring the face back. I think we did that. I'm good. These boys got it from here. I'm 33 years old. I don't have a kid. I'm a bum by everybody else's standards, so I'm gonna just focus on that.
But I think dwelling on that, you know, I don't know.
It's not even a dwelling thing. Genuinely, brother, I'm happy. Again, all I care about is my real relationships.
Okay, so he was publicly outed for throwing his friend under the bus, and then I guess now he's retiring, which is why I'm referring to both the gambling money and the meme coin money, which is also pretty much gambling money as well, dirty money. Because this led a dude who's in the top 0.1% of net worth in the world to throw a friend that he calls a day one friend and family under the bus. That's dirty no matter what you call it, because this is why I'm saying he built and destroyed his career off of dirty money.
How we fell in this in the first place is I fell for bait. I read into a tweet, you scammed your friend Aiden Ross, you piece of shit. This kid had MLG in his name. So I went into the MLG chat. I said, yo, I'm just going to let you guys all know. I'm about to sell this whole fucking thing. I've held this thing to zero. And I got people in this community saying like this and just went off, threw you under the bus. Honestly, dude, say whatever you want. If they want you to rip me apart and you're going to rip me apart for the sake of a community wanting you to rip me apart.
They want me to go deep on you, bro. They want me to go deep on you how I do with like the Doechis and like all these other people on the internet. But it's like I have a real history.
That's not real, but that's not reality.
I have a real history with you. That's why I'm like I'm just hurt.
I mean, honestly, there's nothing Banks said here that made sense to why he would throw Aiden under the bus here. But he does go on to kind of take some accountability.
I don't blame you whatsoever. Like you tried your best. Nobody's blaming anybody, bro. I'm not saying it's your fault. To be honest with you, it's 100% my fault.
You know me, bro.
Let me get this off real quick. I should never ever have talked about any coin or any asset as like unreliable or whatever. Like I don't even know what the word is for this, but there's a reason why since this has happened, I'm on some buy Bitcoin, crypto punks. I'm not talking about anything else.
Volatile and low market cap might be the words he was looking for, but either way, at the end of the day, both of these guys are at fault here for doing a stream like this, endorsing a low market cap crypto coin in front of so many people. And it seems like they realize this now. But a clip from the interview that really gave me whiplash was this.
The majority of my day yesterday on the phone with everybody from family to phase members to employees to my friends and everybody across the board that I care about, that I work with, that I have any meaningful relationship with, loves me, knows who I am, and this hasn't changed anything. As long as there's only one person that I have weird energy in the air with, and it's you.
Dude, you didn't throw any of them under the bus. What are you talking about? Of course they don't feel like that to you. You didn't throw them under the bus. No one, Aiden has all the rights in the world to feel like that to you. That doesn't make sense. Also, I kind of got suspicious about this clip.
Can I ask you a question?
Anything, brother. Anything.
What does bundled mean? What does that mean in crypto? I don't know what that means. Like a bundle?
I'm not super familiar either. I think it's when a bunch of wallets adjacent and close to each other and have traded back and forth between each other own, like, to be honest, I can't speak to it. That would be a question that I would ask. Like,
yeah, because I don't know anything about these terms either. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was in the ballpark there, but what's odd about this is he referred to bundles 24 hours later. So I guess enough of that. Remember the allegations about Aiden Ross's manager, Tov? Well, Aiden just announced that he fired that manager.
Guys, as you guys have been sticking around me for a very long time, you know I've been dealing with a lot of bullshit behind the scenes. So I'm just gonna let you guys know that Tav and I are 100% split ways. I'm not messing with Tav anymore. He's not messing with me. And I wish you nothing but the best of luck and stuff like that. But Aiden and Tav is not a thing. I don't have a manager. I don't have an active manager. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, bro. I got this. We got this. By the way, it's all love to Tav. I don't want people. I saw what was going on in the community. I don't want the family y'all were leaving on him and stuff like that. Don't go after people's families. It's nothing to do with him, bro. Honestly, and I don't even gotta tell y'all the details about what happened. It's really nobody's business. I'm just gonna leave it like that.
Then his stream chat wouldn't move on, so he got frustrated.
Hey, guys, with all due respect, please ban Tav's name from my chat and please take out the emote, please. I'm not joking, bro. Let that move on. Let's get past it. No reason for me to bring that back up. Let's just get over it, all right?
Now, obviously, we can speculate what happened as it's perfectly timed up with the recent allegations, but at the end of the day, who knows? Well, the timing's interesting. But Aiden did have some final words for Banks.
It's not about being spineless. It's just about what's the truth and what's not the truth. Cut him off then. It's not your business whether I cut them off or don't cut them off. I don't speak to banks all the time. We speak here and there, but I consider that somebody that changed my life in many ways. Family to me, bro. Let's not act like he didn't move me in a crib, never charged me for rent, said don't join FaZe Clan because it's ran by a bunch of CEOs and weird people. I have history with him. So sorry I'm not going on stream saying FaZe Bank, let's FaZe Bank. Sorry I'm not doing that. Instead, I'm just going to say I'm hurt. And it was up what he did.
And I guess that's all we have for now. So Banks is no longer the CEO of FaZe. I don't know how long that'll last though, but it looks like his career was both built and destroyed off of dirty money. So hey, if you guys are new here, please subscribe as we cover laughably stupid stuff that unfolds on the internet daily. Drop a like on this video if you enjoyed it, and I'll see you guys in tomorrow's video. Peace.
Albion Online is a sandbox MMORPG in which you write your own story instead of following a laid-out path. Explore a vast open world. Everything you do has an impact on Albion's player-driven economy. Every piece of equipment is crafted by players from resources gathered by players. The equipment you wear defines who you are. Switching from knight to magician is as easy as swapping your armor and weapon, or be a combination of the two. Venture deep inside dungeons on your own or with a group of companions. Explore realms beyond Albion, teeming with treasures and resources. But beware of dangers lurking in the shadows. Relax by retreating to your personal island, where you can build a home, grow crops, and raise animals. Grab a fishing pole and head for Albion's rivers, lakes, and oceans. Join a guild, play together, take part in massive player versus player battles, and claim your piece of the world. This is Albion Online.
This is my comeback. Start yours today at purdueglobal.edu/dreamjob.
Yeah, you're donating? Oh, I saw that. So yeah, yesterday, driving home from my dad's house, and I see that I get added into a call with Hassan, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, Aiden Ross, and XQC. And I'm like, all right, I'll join this one.
We know you got a lot of that, Aiden.
Hey!
What is this? Hi, hello, hi guys. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Jimmy, Mr. Beast. Yeah, there's this charity thing called Team Water, where every dollar donated is a year of clean water for someone in need. Your friends here were saying you're a very generous soul. And
Are you really gonna do this shit? I fucking did the McDonald's drive-through, man. Is this gonna happen to me? Just give me a number, Jimmy.
All right, so Jinxie, Logan, they both just committed $100,000 and
100K? No way. Look, guys, here's the thing. I'm about actually, I don't know why this guy. Like, how does it take this long to pay for McDonald's?
I see tweets all the time about how you're the most watched Twitch streamer, like watch time every month. You're like crushing it.
And you know what? You know how much I get paid for that? 17 cents. It's a big day for me. I'll donate. I'll donate, Jimmy. I'm not gonna donate $100,000. I'm gonna be honest. That's a lot of money.
You're putting people on the spot. You put me on the spot too, man. And now I'm broke.
Everyone about everything in regards to the entire React situation. So I feel like if you had reached out to him, he would have been thrilled to talk to you about it. But again, I'm not his fucking PR guy. I don't know, maybe you did reach out to him and he didn't see it or he ignored it. I have no idea. But regardless, you going to his house to try to talk to him that's some psychopath shit. That's not a normal thing that anyone should be doing. There's other channels that you could have tried beforehand. Go to one of his bingo nights on Twitch and be like, hey, listen, Buster, I'm ready to hash it out. Let's talk. And again, I'm sure he probably would have seen that, and that would be a lot less scary than having you show up in the middle of the fucking night to his home unannounced. It just doesn't make any sense. I think the goal here was to either scare him or put his information out there to maybe some less than savory individuals that could also scare him. I don't know, but regardless, the way you handled this is atrocious and dangerous, downright dangerous thing to do. So I totally understand the response from Jack's Films about this and being frightened by it, because this is fucked up. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I think this is one of the rare cases of a huge YouTuber making a massive blunder like this, where you would step on actual rules and potentially laws all over some internet beef. So yeah, I just had to talk about this one a little bit. That's it. See ya. Right now, Sniper Wolf is a lot like the aliens on the Buzz Lightyear ride at Disney World, just getting blasted. Every single corner of the internet is coming together to talk about the Sniper Wolf situation and the doxing against a fellow YouTuber, Jack's Films. From the surface to the shadowy underbelly of the internet, everyone is discussing it. YouTubers, Redditors. If Yahoo Answers still existed, there'd be 50 threads about this by now. I mean, it is everywhere. It's remarkable how big it's become. I'll give you the brief nutshell on it in case you don't know what I'm referring to, but I know you do. If you're watching this video right now on the internet, you are at least loosely familiar with who she is and what she just did, because she just broke one of the 10 commandments of being online. She took an internet dispute into the god-forsaken wasteland we call the corporeal dimension, the real world. Wake the fuck up, samurai. Usually internet beef is just served up medium rare online, but she served this beef medium dare you to commit a crime. Man, that shit was lame. But kind of like Dr. Seuss rhyming that one, actually, kind of fire. But what I'm saying is, what started is just Jack's Films making fun of Sniper Wolf for her content and pointing out that what she's doing is bad, escalated into her being so upset about it that she found his address, went to his address, posted it on her Instagram, not the address per se, but just posted his house on her Instagram, bragging about it, saying, it's time we talk it out like adults. which of course is the furthest thing from talking it out, unless of course you're an unhinged lunatic. This is just senseless yapping to try and justify what she did here. You can't do that. It's borderline criminal. So she posted it, 5 million of her Instagram followers to see, which of course made Jax Films and his wife feel very unsafe in their home. And since then, she hasn't said anything about it. I think it's only a matter of time before she makes an apology video. It's really just an if instead of, nope. The expression is, it's a matter of when instead of if. I think it's inevitable. The only thing that remains to be seen is where it's going to rank on the YouTuber apology tier list. So that's the only question I have left about that. But this is only the beginning of a really bad week for Sniper Wolf. She's having a worse week than King Kong fans right now with the release of the worst fucking game of the year, Rise of Kong. She also had a lot of people digging through her catalog of content, and they found something very not good. Very, weird, let's say. I can't show you anything here because I think there is a chance that it's completely against YouTube's terms. It's her encouraging some seemingly underage individuals to do some degenerate acts on video, and the way she encouraged them was almost like a wager you'd see out of a bad Brazzers film. She wagered her tits, saying that if these underage-looking individuals did what she asked them to do, she'd show tits. This was a video back in like 2014. They do it, and then one of the kids' moms walks in. It's like very fucking odd, awful shit. And this is just another, alarming thing that Sniper Wolf has in the backlog of her lore. As I was rendering this video, people found another seemingly illegal, potentially, piece of content that Sniper Wolf has on her channel. In this video, she's talking to strangers on Omegle, and then she meets this girl who says that she's 16, and then agrees to show each other their boobs, and the 16-year-old flashes the camera, which Sniper Wolf does censor, but that doesn't make it okay. I'm pretty sure that's still illegal. You can't just have an underage person being sexual on video and then just say, hey, wait a minute, Buster, it's fine because it's censored. It's like, what the fuck? And the video is still up right now. And in the whole clip, it's not like there was some just kidding, not actually 16, actually in my 20s. There was nothing like that. After that happens, Sniper Wolf just said that, she's fake like her or whatever, and then disconnects. So it really seems like she just had a minor flash the camera on a YouTube video. It's fucking crazy. Now I'm going to go ahead and mention something I've seen a few comments talking about to explain what actually happened in this clip here, and I don't know if this is like the Sniper Wolf Defense Squadron operating under DEFCON protocol, so they're in full force trying to figure out any way of explaining this really awful shit, but I'm gonna go ahead and share this anyway just to be complete with the subject. There's some people saying that that wasn't actually a 16-year-old, it was a bot that was just spamming the chat, and Sniper Wolf was like reacting to it, knowing it was a bot, knowing it wasn't an actual 16-year-old, and that the person, the girl in the video clip, was just a cam model or something that's supposed to drive people to some kind of cam site. I don't know enough about Omegle to know if that's something that happens, but regardless, this is still an extremely concerning clip. But rest assured, Sniper Wolf fans, there's still one entity still very much on the side of Sniper Wolf, and that's YouTube. This is the update I want to give today. It wasn't so much just going over where everything's at here. It's YouTube's response to all this, because it is so big, and doxing is, it's borderline criminal, of course. What would YouTube's response be? They have cracked down on that kind of activity very hard in the past. So obviously, most people were expecting some kind of action to be taken. It's just wondering what. So far, they've only made vague references to it or vaguely talked around it. There hasn't been any kind of statement from them about what they plan to do about this situation, aside from a couple of tidbits that they've talked about that seem to indicate that they're not going to do anything. But I don't think anything's 100% confirmed as this is the path they're taking. But they have publicly made this tweet in the midst of all this. Would it be too meta to do a reaction video to a reaction video? Which is such a lame fucking chat GPT generated tweet. That is like the most how do you do fellow kids shit ever, and comes at the worst possible time because Sniper Wolf is a reactor to TikTok content and all that, so clearly this is very poorly timed, unless of course this is their way of like trying to show support for Sniper Wolf, which it very well could be. They have made a lot of tweets about her, all very positive. In fact, this whole situation between Jax Films and Sniper Wolf really started catching fire when YouTube themselves made a tweet saying, "Where does Sniper Wolf get her ideas?" And then they also made another one talking about how, like, Sniper Wolf is our turbo super creator of the year. Unbelievable. So just like these very, very positive, pumping their fist Sniper Wolf fan tweets. This one, of course, got community noted. For additional context, it needs to be known that this tweet was written in the wake of a controversy regarding a reaction YouTuber, Sniper Wolf, who recently leaked the personal information of a fellow creator on the platform, Jax Films, and then it cites one of the many sources. I almost can't help but be impressed and like appreciate how bold this tweet from YouTube is here, though. To just drop this shit. Would it be too meta to react to a reaction video? Oh, like, they know this is going on. Like, they have loosely acknowledged the situation in a couple of tweets. Like, they know this is happening because everyone on the internet knows that this is happening right now. This is the hottest shit there is. This shit is leaving the toilet bowl steaming. It's so hot. They can't be oblivious to it. But whatever ghoul is running this account must be really kept isolated in some kind of sensory deprivation tank, cut off from the rest of the world, and forced to just occasionally drop a bad tweet, because there is just some crazy disconnect here to think that this tweet was a good idea. Because I really don't believe that what they're trying to do with this is, you know, slyly, you know, hey, Sniper Wolf's pretty fucking awesome, right? Like, in the middle of this, I don't think they'd be that dumb. I don't think they'd be that stupid. I really think this is just like a poorly timed bad tweet from them. Of course, I have no evidence to corroborate that theory. It's just me here thumbing my ass, just speculating. It's, at the end of the day, it's just a game theory. I just really don't believe that they would be so bold to just, in the middle of this, give like a big nod to Sniper Wolf. The entire internet is waiting on bated breath to see what they're going to do. Jax Films is calling for like demonetization or like even deplatforming because of the severity of the rule breaking. A lot of other people are rallying behind those things as well. The bare minimum people are looking to see is some kind of punishment issued to Sniper Wolf here in order to, you know, prove to the community that YouTube isn't playing favorites when it comes to their most extreme rules. And I don't think that's an unreasonable request to just want to know, what are you going to do about it, YouTube? Because this is a big deal, and this is something that other creators in the past have gotten big trouble for. So why would Sniper Wolf get a pass on that? And if she does, can you explain why? Right? Like, there'd have to be a reason for it. I think the obvious reason would be she brings in so much money to the platform, and YouTube loves her so much that they wouldn't ever take action against her even if she went on camera and slit the throat of 5 puppies. But just communicate what you're going to do here. Like, I don't think this is a situation that would take a super long time for them to decide what they're going to do. So I'm kind of under the assumption that they're not going to do anything about it. They might make another more direct acknowledgement of it, but they'll probably just be a more slap on the wrist. But again, I'm just spitballing here based on YouTube's past, because there is favoritism on the platform, as there is on every other platform. YouTube's no exception there. And I think it's pretty clear that she's going to get some kind of special treatment when it comes to this rule breaking, which really sucks. And like, the damage is very much done to Jax Films and his wife. As he mentioned, they don't really feel safe in their home anymore, which is totally understandable. She dumped a picture of their house for all of her 5 million followers to see. And on Instagram, I think the followers there are going to be a degree higher in terms of their support of Sniper Wolf than like her YouTube audience. Like, I think those are going to be where the super fans are, and they probably fucking hate Jax Films, and now they have this. It makes sense why he'd feel unsafe. I mean, it's a pretty evil thing to do. And I wouldn't be surprised if she got even more diabolical with it and turned his house into like a Pokemon Go stop or something. Like, really just trying to put their location out there as best she could. And she did make another post that Jax Films also made a tweet about, where she was poking fun at this situation lightly, saying like, we pull up to your house, what would you do? Which is so unbelievably tone deaf that she doesn't understand the severity of what she did. The whole situation is fucked. I just wanted to give a little update here because it's already been like 5 days. So that's where everything's at. I guess we'll continue to wait and see what YouTube will or will not do. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Well, well, well. What a day. This was quite a shocking twist here, like a Darman climax. We had YouTube finally issue a statement on what they're doing about the Sniper Wolf doxing situation, and we had Sniper Wolf herself, the life of the party, come forward and make an apology post. And what a wacky ride it's been. And in the wise, timeless words of Captain Barbossa, you best start believing in cringe stories. You're in one. Because this is an absolute fucking headache. I know I don't really need to give you any kind of lore breakdown to bring you up to speed because of how huge this story's become, but it just doesn't feel right if I don't at least set the table with some silverware, just in case you're a little hungry and don't know what's going on. So, the briefest bullet points. Jax Films is a huge YouTuber. He called out another huge YouTuber named Sniper Wolf for her reaction content to TikToks where she was basically just blatantly stealing it, not really transforming it, and he criticized her for it. He even made a whole channel dedicated to making fun of her and criticizing for...
Alright, hold up. I've been trying to download Minecraft for like a minute now. It just works?
Criticizing her for it further.
Okay, give me a second. Heck yeah, okay, give me a second.
The thing about me and money is, I haven't really focused on it. Squirrel! I'm all about projects I love. Aww. But finding extra in my budget for an emergency fund, well, a Regent's Green Print plan really helped me think about spending and saving. Plus, Trip took a little extra time to give me a few tips. Focusing on my finances feels good.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks and stay focused on important work. That's how work gets handled. Visit us at asana.com.
With USAA Safe Pilot, I can save when I drive safely.
With USAA Safe Pilot Miles,
Success is the... Hold on. I just had it.
Unless everything changes, this restaurant needs to officially cease operations.
Because keeping it open would be like
Beating a dead horse before you throw it off a cliff.
we get it. I think we get it.
Showtime!
Try to keep up, yeah? Walk like a G. Here you go, Neil.
I just got the
Like
ick.
the not
Everything she's doing is just pissing me off.
And he was like, nah, that's giving me the ick.
Yeah, you're giving me the ick.
You're giving me the ick.
Oh, good.
He said that she giving the ick.
Why have I given you the ick?
Can't wait to share a bed tonight.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional-grade products. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled.
Meet Craig AI, powered by AT&T Business.
Morning, people. Feels good to finally connect with you guys.
How did you get in there? What?
He's not in there, Ellie. It's AI.
Are you guys talking about me?
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app all together.
I used to think that security threats and hackers look like this. But actually, security risks sometimes are a little closer to home.
Who knew there were so many Nigerian princes?
Literally no one.
These things keep popping up, and I just keep clicking them.
It's tough being sandwiched between an iPad kid who clicks every link and a mother who genuinely believes there are local singles in her area looking to meet up. Thankfully, there's Malwarebytes. Comprehensive mobile, desktop, and identity protection that shields you and your loved ones from hackers, security threats, malicious malware, and identity theft. That way, you can have peace of mind while they doom scroll. Get Malwarebytes today.
father knows about saving money. Everything I'm wearing, I've had since boot camp.
And I just saved on my car insurance for driving safe with USAA.
Auto insurance that flexes with you.
Keep the fit.
That's what we're made for.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick?
I'd suggest a classic cat eye.
Wow, setting the bar high for daycare.
They say to only bring what you can carry. So with the all-new 2025 Ford Expedition Tremor, bring a lot. Like 3 dirt bikes, a few tents, an entire crew ready to make memories. A panoramic 24-inch display, and the confidence to push your limits. The all-new 2025 Ford Expedition Tremor.
Always consult the owner's manual before off-road driving. Know your terrain and trail difficulty and use appropriate safety gear. Max payload varies based on accessories and vehicle configuration. See label on door jamb for carrying capacity of a specific vehicle. Always properly secure cargo.
The slumber party for 5 is now 10. Just tap Target. Better get more glitzy nail polish and pancake mix. You tap a same-day order and it's off to find those extra pillows. Delivery when you want it. Just tap Target.
As a director of finance, I'm managing 15 and 20 contracts a month. With Acrobat AI Assistant, I can summarize long contracts and identify key terms instantly.
USAA Safe Pilot, I can save when I drive safely.
With USAA Safe Pilot miles, I can save when I drive less.
I can save on scenic drives.
Scenic drives!
So, what's the verdict?
Gorgeous.
You're looking incredible in that dress. This whole outfit makes you look like an angel sent from heaven. You always look pretty, but you...
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and background play. So you can watch videos while reading, searching, shopping. Try 1 month free.
Want to glow up? For your phone? With Verizon, everyone gets a free phone on any plan. And now...
My daughter is being treated for leukemia. It hit me hard. It did.
Team's wasting time asking questions instead of working? With Connect Team, all work communication is in one place. While Dave's on non-stop phone calls getting questions about tasks and scheduling changes, he could have used Connect Team to add any detail to any job, keep everyone synced, and even chat with his team right from the app. And while Dave's chasing down checklists and forms, he could have gotten them live from the field and be certain things are getting done right. With Connect Team, Dave's team can focus on getting the job done, and he can focus on growing the business. See, Dave could communicate everyday operations much better with Connect Team, and so can you. Head to connectteam.com to learn.
You should go now. Run. No. I won't leave you here. We can run together. Listen, if we run together, they will shoot us from behind. We both die. So, how's about you here? They will kill you. No, don't worry about me. I will hold them. I want you to promise me to survive, to take success for our country. So beautiful. I am in heaven? Yes.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. AI makes it easy to handle.
never changes.
You're gonna knock him dead at the Veterans Hall tonight, hun.
You think?
Absolutely. Now get ready and stop hogging the mirror.
Right.
Hey, my turn, big guy.
You're beautiful, you know that?
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Looking good, huh?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that works.
You have such a cute chin.
Hmm. Yeah, I like that.
Hon, you look as good as the day we met.
That looks nice.
That's the face I fell in love with. know we were nervous at first, but I'm glad we got Codsworth. It's that salesman.
Good morning. Vaultec calling.
No offense, but no soliciting.
Oh, no worries, ma'am. No worries at all. I'm not selling anything. Not today. You can't begin to know how happy I am to finally speak with you. I've been trying for days. It's a matter of utmost urgency, I assure you.
What's so important?
Why, nothing less than your entire future. If you haven't noticed, ma'am, this country has gone to heck. In a handbasket. If you'll excuse my language. The big kaboom is... It's inevitable, I'm afraid. And coming sooner than you may think. If you catch my meaning. Now, I know you're a busy woman, so I won't take up much of your time. Time being, a precious commodity. I'm here today to tell you that because of your family service to...
But I have a family.
Of course. Don't want there to be any holdup.
Tell me more about this.
Oh, it has all the amenities of the modern home, I assure you. Not to mention total protection from nuclear radiation and hostile... A better future underground.
Sure. Let's do it.
Splendid! Wonderful. That's everything. Just gonna walk this over to the vault. Congratulations on being prepared for the future.
Thanks again.
Hey, it's peace of mind. That's worth a little paperwork, right?
For you and Sean, no price is too high.
Good answer.
I have my moments.
Sean has been changed, but he absolutely refuses to calm down. I think he needs some of that maternal affection you seem to be so good at.
Go ahead, honey. I'll be there in a second to help, okay? My boy isn't giving his mother any trouble, is he? Hey, I fixed that mobile on his crib the other day. Why don't you give it a spin? That's my boy. On his best behavior, just like his dad. Well, most of the time, anyway. Listen, after breakfast, I was thinking we could head to the park for a bit. Weather should hold up.
Yeah, sounds like fun.
Sir, Mom, you should come and see this.
Codsworth?
Followed by... Yes, followed by flashes, blinding flashes. Sounds of explosions. We're trying lost
What did he
contact
say?
with our affiliate stations. We do have coming in. That's confirmed reports. I repeat, confirmed reports of nuclear detonations in New York and Pennsylvania. My God.
We need to get to the vault. Now!
Residents of Sanctuary Hills, if you are registered, evacuate to Vault 111 immediately.
You don't get in.
Going in. You can't stop me. We need to get in. We're on the list.
Infant, adult male, adult female. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Good luck, sir. Follow me. Come on.
What's gonna happen to all those people outside
We're
the
doing
gate?
everything we can. Step on the platform in the center.
Almost there. Is Sean okay?
He's fine. We're gonna be okay. I love you.
Oh my God!
We did it. We made it. We're okay.
Everyone please step off the elevator and proceed up the stairs in an orderly fashion.
No need to worry, folks. We'll get everyone situated in your new home. Vault 111. A better future underground.
So we just...
Yes, up the stairs.
No, wait, don't get caught up thinking about that. You're safe now.
This one's good. Step over to the table, take a suit.
This way.
We'll need your suits before we can take you further.
What now?
Just follow the doctor here. He'll show you where to go.
All right, you three. Follow me.
See?
This way, please.
This is our new home.
Gone. Our home. Oh, you're gonna love it. This is one of our most advanced facilities. Not that the others aren't great, mind you. Oh, we'll be going over all that in orientation. Just a few medical items we have to get through first. Just checking everyone off the list as they come in.
As well as comfortable.
Prepared for the future, right?
Just step in here and put your vault suit on. The pod will decontaminate and depressurize you before we head deeper into the vault. Just relax.
It's time for a whole new life.
Resident secure. Occupant vitals normal. Procedure complete. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Manual override initiated. Cryogenic engine.
roaches? What the hell?
To be frank, Dr. Magnuson, we're all rather relieved to have you here. Our last technical review was hardly glowing, and things have only gotten worse. Oh, do you mind? I'm recording on my Pip-Boy for future citation, you understand.
Yes, that's fine.
I'm hoping you can start right away. Now, we've actually been using your past research as reference, so a lot of what we've done should be familiar.
Yes, well, from what I've read, I'm not surprised you've been having problems. The pod's designs are hardly conventional.
Speaking of which, I understand you've already had a pod reserved for yourself. You must really believe in the project.
Yes. Well.
Here we are. The entrance to what will be Vault 111.
Codsworth?
As I live and breathe. Oh, it's really you.
Codsworth, what happened to the world?
The world, Mum? Well, besides our geraniums still being the envy of Sanctuary Hills, I'm afraid things have been dreadfully dull around here. Things will be so much more exciting with you.
They came into the vault.
Only, not like.
He's...
Oh, Mum, it's really...
Codsworth.
Why? I'm sure.
It doesn't make sense.
It's worse than I thought.
Right? 200 years?
A bit over. That means you're.
Codsworth, you're acting a little weird. What's wrong?
I spent the first 10 years trying to keep the floors waxed, but nothing gets out nuclear fallout from vinyl wood. Nothing! And don't get me started about the futility of dusting a collapsed house. And the car! How do you polish rust?
Whoa. Focus, Codsworth.
I'm afraid I don't know anything, Mum. The bombs came and all of you left in such a hurry. I thought for certain you and your family were dead. I did find this holotape. I believe Sir was going to present it to you as a surprise. But then, well, everything happened.
Thank you, Codsworth.
Now, enough. Shall we search?
There's nothing left.
Well, if you wish to venture to parts unknown, I won't stop you.
Hey, Codsworth.
Mum, leaving? So soon? Was it something I said? Keep in watch, Mum. Do you want me to initiate my search?
Have you seen... All right.
Proud. What's all not this time?
Codsworth.
Mom, your family isn't here either.
Thanks for trying.
You can't.
Thanks for your help.
Good luck, Mum. I shall remain here and secure the home.
own security team. Not that I can blame them. They're driven half mad by starvation. We all have. The overseer has forbidden us to leave, but this is ridiculous. Maybe if I can get the vault doors open, no one else has to die. I'm gonna do it. I have to do it. But if I don't make it, I want... To be frank, Dr. Magnuson, we're all rather relieved to have you here. Our last...
Oops. No, little fingers away. There we go. Just say it. Right there. Right there. Go ahead. Ah! Yay! Hi, honey. Listen, I don't think Sean and I need to tell you how great of a mother you are, but we're going to anyway. You were kind and loving and funny. That's right. And patient. So patient. Patience of a saint, as your mother used to say. Look, with Sean and us all being at home together, it's been an amazing year, but even so, I know our best days are yet to come. There will be changes, sure. Things we'll need to adjust to. I'll rejoin the civilian workforce. You'll shake the dust off your law degree. But everything we do, no matter how hard, we do it for our family. Now say goodbye, Sean. Bye-bye. Say bye-bye. Bye, honey. We love you.
Hey, boy. What are you doing out here all by yourself? You want to come with me? Okay, then. Let's stick together.
far, but your timing's impeccable. Preston Clark, Commonwealth Minuteman.
I'm just passing through.
Fair enough. But the enemy of my enemy is my...
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
I have my own problems, Garvey.
Yeah?
Looking for an infant.
Yours or tracking for someone else? A month ago, there were...
Tough break.
You don't know the half...
That ain't it.
One good idea.
Sturgis?
There's a crashed vertibird up on the roof. Old school. Pre-war.
Right.
Well...
That's some serious...
Oh...
Huh.
It'll work. It can be powered.
So what's the... Sure.
But we can't get to the... Look.
Actually, I already...
Well, all right.
Careful, kid. There's something coming. Yes. And it's this. It's angry.
Somebody up here! Why don't you get down here? Show me that fancy gun up close. Not a lot of people can get past my boys. Give me that! You're away, asshole!
So what's your story? Looking to trade?
Let's see what you've got.
I have a little...
We had a deal. Hand over the goods. You hold.
I ain't giving you poison shilling
Whoa,
chemicals
whoa.
anything.
Easy there,
You know
Miss
what that
Power
junk has
Armor.
done to my
This
boy?
doesn't involve you.
You stop waving that gun in my face.
That's it. You're
Sure.
You or me?
Excuse me.
Got a hankering for melting face? I'm your girl.
Let's see what you've got.
And there they are!
Hold it right there. Vault 81 security. I don't know where you got your hands on a working Pip-Boy, but you better start talking.
I got it in Vault.
Vault 111.
Just looking to do a little trading.
Is that so?
Who is it, Edwards?
Ma'am, some new...
Well, if someone wants... Sorry about that. For newcomers, we like to operate on
I'm interested.
fusion cores.
I'll do it.
Good.